Hello, welcome, welcome. It's been a while since I last streamed, and well, I figure that it is time to begin. I have been on the fence about what I'm going to be doing next for quite a while, and I've come to a decision. I would like to try for Game Like Jam 8 to make a Wolfenstein 3D. I would like to try. I'm a lot less confident that I'll succeed for a couple of reasons. One, we're starting like a week late. And for the previous Game Jam, I was making stuff right up to the last day. I need it every day. So starting with less days is intimidating. It's going to be a 3D game. That's a little intimidating. Also, I'm a lot more exhausted in March than I was in January. At the start of January, I was just coming off a holiday and feeling a lot more energetic. I had a lot more energy. Not so. So I'm a little worried that if I start this, I won't finish it. But what we can do, I've made a little list here. Here's what I want to get done by Thursday. If I can get all of this done by Thursday, we're good. We're on track. I'll make it. If I can't get all of this done, then it's not going to happen. So I'll know by Thursday whether or not this actually is going to land or if it's going to crash and burn. With that said, making a 3D game is something I don't know how to do. So I've got the docs here. We'll be referring to them a lot. I did do the 3D tutorial a long time ago. I've already forgotten it. I was hoping that this would be open to it. There we go. We'll be going back to there. We'll be learning a lot, and yeah, let's just go. Put this over here. Step one is to turn the... why did I put this over here? Step one is to turn the tile map into a 3D level. Oh boy. Making a 3D game, I don't know how you make the map editor for that, but Wolfenstein 3D is a tile-based game, which is good for us because it means what we can do is we can just use a tile map layer, and then we can create a little generator to turn the tile map layer into our 3D map. So, step one, we need a tile map layer. This is a Node 2D. Why is this not a tile map layer? I'm very tired, so I reserve the right to make a lot of mistakes. A level. No. How was I going to do this? Because each level needs to be its own tile map layer, right? Maybe we'll just have like 5 scenes. We'll have a level 1 scene, a level 2 scene, a level 3 scene, a level 4 scene, a level 5 scene. Let's go ahead and save this. We're going to want a folder for levels. We'll just call it level.scene. We'll rename it. To make a tile map layer, I've done this twice now, so I should have a little better understanding. We need art assets, and I don't have any art assets. Can we just improvise? We can use this. This texture was modified. Yes. How big is this? I think for this one, I want the tiles to be a lot larger than 16 by 16. Let's make them 60 by 64. Click. Do I have to reload this? I'm not sure, but let's do it. Let's load in an atlas. Yes. Okay, so this is 120 by 120. That's fine. So we can take this. We can select it. Nope. I thought I was doing a thing, but I was not. We can take this. the tile map. There we go. Okay. So this is I look super jank. There's a better way to do this. I just want to make a square. Okay. We just need to turn this into a room. And then we're done with our first bullet point. So we have our room. Let us go to a new scene. This, I believe, is going to be our game. Does it need to be a 3D scene? What is the difference between a node 2D and a node 3D? Let me go to the tutorial here. What is the root node in the tutorial? Because that's what I will make the root node. It's just a node 2D, or it's just a node actually. Okay. World. That may be a huge mistake, but we need a so we're going to be creating what 3D objects can we create? I think we want like a mesh. I could be wrong. Skeleton modifier, that sounds cool. Collision object. We do want the walls and the floors and stuff to be collisionables. Not an animated sprite 3D or a sprite 3D. That is potentially what we want. Displays a 2D texture in a 3D environment. That is what we want. Yeah, that's Wolfenstein 3D through and through. What is the CSG base class? Box, cylinder, mesh instance 3D. This is used to render 3D geometry and can be used in instance single mesh in many places. We're using geometry which can save on resources. That sounds like exactly what we want. What's the difference between that and a static body 3D? This is probably like can be moved. We don't want our walls and floor to move. That's not true. We do want our walls to move if they're secret walls, but I'm hoping that we can make that work. Even with the mesh instance. Fingers crossed. I don't know what to maybe we'll figure something out. Let's assume for now that we want to make all of our walls and floors and stuff a mesh instance 3D. Okay, how are we going to do that? So let's actually create a new scene. Let's save this one first. Save. This is not a level. This is the world.scene. Let's make a new scene. I don't know. This could be a 3D scene, I guess. I don't know what it can be. What does a 3D scene have? It has position, rotation, scale. We don't actually care about any of that. Hold on, I gotta sneeze. All right, change back to node. We'll change them to node 3D as soon as we run into an issue. That's like, well, you're having an issue because this is a node. We're going to call this a cell. And the cell is going to consist of, it's going to consist, so a cell is, can we go to the 2D? Oh, no, this is the wrong one. A cell is one block. So a block can either have, all blocks have floor and ceiling. And a block can have walls. And we want each cell to go, should I put a wall to my left? Should I put a wall to my right? Should I put a wall to my north? Should I put a wall to my south? That's what we want. So each cell is 64 by 64 at this time. That might be crazy. It might need to be double that. Let's go ahead and bring in a mesh instance 3D. Mesh instance 2D? That's a thing? I don't know. We have to define a box mesh or a plane mesh. if we define a box mesh, we can't like exclude, we can't say like one of the sides is empty, right? Or can we? Because this may not be what we want. We may just want like two planes, a top and a bottom. And then we'll create a script that says, okay, after the level is loaded, let me look to my left, let me look to my right, let me look up, let me look down, or north and south. Let me see if I should put a wall there. Array mesh? The heck is this? What is an array mesh? Hold on. Godot, what is an array mesh? Construct 3D mesh geometry procedurally, code via defining vertices, normals, UVs, and colors in arrays. That sounds great. I'll probably want this for the wall. The walls will all be in array mesh. Is there a penalty if I make multiple meshes? This is 3D. If I make 6 of these versus if I make one of them and I shove 6 shapes into it. I have to wonder. Let's make a plane mesh. We're gonna make this 64 by 64. 2 meters. We're doing things in meters? How is that? How many is that in pixels? Oh shoot. Oh, I didn't realize that would be. You know what? That's fine. That's a fine default. Let's rename this to floor. Can we change the color to be like standard material 3D? Oh my goodness, there's so much here. There's so much. What have I gotten into? I thought this would take me 15 minutes tops. We're already 15 minutes in. I'm just looking at color. Oh geez. I mean, obviously I gotta pick a material. What did I click? No, I meant this. Standard material 3D, transparency disabled, shading per pixel. We can set the diffuse mode to barely. Those are words. Schlick GGX for specular mode. Where do I just want to like make it blue or something. Something that makes it say this is the floor. It's just a placeholder because I plan on putting a 64 by 64 pixel sprite on the floor. How do I set the color? Is that what this? No. Shading. Okay. This is a standard material 3D. Godot set color of standard material 3D. Access this albedo color property. Oh, there it is. I don't know what albedo is. That's a fun word. Let's set HSV. Hue to that. Saturation to that. V to, let's make it dark. And I said I wanted blue. There we go. That's our floor. Congrats. We're playing the game now. Let's make a ceiling. Why is it? No, 3D. Okay, we have a second mesh. We're going to add a mesh to it. This is going to be a plane mesh as well. I would like this to be translated up 2 meters. That's the Y. So 2 meters up. Oh, it's creating a shadow. I was confused for a second. I was like, did I just displace it, but also send it into the shadow realm? Well, I did send it into the shadow realm. But no, that's the ceiling up there. Okay, great. And theoretically, if our calculations are correct, this should all line up and be great. Ceiling. Why is there space? Don't worry about it. I need to set the material, standard albedo. This can be, I don't know, what's a ceiling color? I mean, white is a ceiling color. What's a better ceiling color? Nope. Okay, that's fine. Problem though. The ceiling is on the wrong side. So we don't actually care about rendering any of these shapes if you're outside of the world. If you're outside of the world, you don't get to see anything because I don't care what you think. But inside the world, if we're here, I would like there to be a ceiling. I don't want the ceiling to be above. So there must be a way to flip that. Flip faces. There it is. And that, of course, reset the color. Probably because of lighting. I'm okay with that. We'll add lighting. If we're getting that for free, we might as well. All right, so now we have our cell. Now we need to, nope, not a child node, sorry. Attach a script. Sure, we'll call it cell.gd. Okay, and we just want the ready. Okay. How is this going to work? So we don't want to just go off the immediately. We want to wait until our parent is loaded and then we load the walls, because if we just go for it, our neighbors might not be loaded yet. So we'll also probably, the cell shouldn't directly be responsible for being like, are there neighbors next to me? Maybe we should have a cell handler. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's start making handlers. It's handler time. Okay. Level handler, we'll call it. New folder, handlers. Cool, I put it in the levels folder. That's not what I meant. We could call it a loader because it's not doing anything. Nope, that's not what I meant. Or is it? Oh, it is. Yes, actually. Level loader. It doesn't need to be a node. This could just be like a resource or an object. Handlers don't need to be nodes. Oh, but it's fine if they're a node. It's fine. No, because if it's a singleton, then it should be an object. Or can it inherit nothing? Can we just have a nothing handler? Whatever. Stop spacing out. Level loader. It has to inherit something. Okay. Okay. It does have to inherit something. That's fine. So we have our level loader. Let us go ahead and call it a global. Let's make it an auto load. I will like my level loader here. Okay. That's it, right? Oh no, this should be capital. There we go. There we go. Okay. Again, I'm tired, so I reserve the right to space out. So that's a cell. This is put that in levels. actually. Components. No, don't call it components. I want the level data to be in here, but like the level bits to be in a separate folder, just to keep them separate. Bits. Level stuff. Just call them components for now. Subcomponents. Get in there. All right. All right. Anyway, we have this level loader. It exists. It extends objects. We want it to have several functions. One of the functions is we want to be able to pass in a tile map layer. Func load tile map layer. TML tile map what? Okay. This tile map layer is going to have a bunch of positions. We want to take each position, turn it into a cell, and then attach the cell to the world. We're going to want to have the world. Var world. Hey, we can't do that yet. We can't type the world yet because we haven't. It's just a node. Okay, so we actually first want to have func set world param world equals world param. Okay, now we have the world. We're just gonna stipulate that we have the world. We take the tile map layer dot get used cells, and that's probably not. It occurs to me the way I have this set up is not correct. Because I want to have two tile map layers. I want to have one tile map layer for the floor, where the walls go and all that. And then I want to have another tile map layer for where mobs, treasures, weapons, and all that goes. So actually, hold the phone. We need to stop here. Add a child node. It can be a node 2D, I guess. I don't know. We'll just reparent to this. Make this the scene node. That's what I meant. There we go. Okay. And this isn't just the level. This is the floor data. But this is the level. And then we want to have a second tile map layer. And this is going to be the mob data. I shouldn't say it, like prop data. Mob weapons entity data. There we go. Okay. And this should be the kind of thing. Is it possible to take like this part of the tile map layer and shove it in a resource and then just store the resources? I don't want to have like 5 scenes. I get it's a game jam, so I don't mind doing it the sloppy way. But what I would prefer to have is just one scene that represents all levels. But then for each level, I pass in whatever this data is. I don't entirely know. It's a tile set. Is this part of that tile set? Where is this physically represented? Otherwise, I'm going to have 5 scenes, and those scenes are just going to be like this is going to be level 1, and then I'm just going to right-click, copy, paste level 2, level 3, etc., etc., etc. And then I might even just have like a level template scene, which I never use, but it's only used for copy and pasting. It's a game jam. Just keep going. I'm so far behind. I'm 30 minutes in, and I'm not even. Let's keep going. Back to here. We have. This is not script. There it is. Okay, so we're taking in a tile map layer. That's not correct. We're actually taking in a node 2D. Level dot floor data. I can't call it that. All right, the level needs to have a script. Attach script. I guess we can give this a class name. Level. Perfect. All right, we did it. And then we give it two functions, func get floor data, return floor data, func get entity data, return entity data. No, it doesn't need that. Okay, but I can do a tile map layer. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So here we just call, first of all, level is actually a level now. So now we just type dot and it'll give us two functions. Let's get the floor data. Done. Var TML tile map layer equals floor TML equals tile map layer. Great. Now we have the floor TML. I'm renaming this to load level. Get use cells. That should give us every cell. A vector 2i array with the positions of all cells. It's just the positions. That's not ideal. I actually want to get each individual cell. Because there's going to be walls, and then there's going to be floor, and then there's going to be secret walls and doors, and it's not just going to be. It's possible that this is fine, but I thought there was a function that just gave you every cell. All right, what? Get cell source ID. Get cell atlas chords. Get pattern. Get use cells by ID. No. Wait a minute. This, okay, so, get cell tile data? Okay, so we can, I guess, use get cell tile data. We can get all the, there's not a function that does what I thought, but we can get all the use cells. That'll give us all the coordinates. Then we can go through each coordinate, go, all right, what are you? And then spawn a cell based on whatever. Okay, go back to our code. For cell in, these are not cells, these are chords. Okay, we have a coordinate. Now we go to floor TML dot get cell tile data, I believe. And then we pass in chord. And then I want to see what this gives me. So we'll stop there. We'll go to our main, our world, add a script. Yeah. On ready. Level loader. Nope. Oh, that is right, actually. Dot load level. And then we pass in the level, which is right there. A plus. All right, let's run it and see what we output. No main scene has ever been defined. Let's select this one. Non-existent function, load level and base nil. What do you mean nil? It's not nil. It's an auto-loaded. What? What? How is this not loaded yet? What do I, when does, all right. Godot auto load is nil. That's how you spell nil. Forgetting to register the script or seen in the project settings. No, it's there. Oh, is it not global? That could be. No, it's global. All right. Not that. Accessing nodes, they're loaded before the main scene, but their ready functions might run before other nodes in the main scene are fully ready. Instead of using onReady to get references to other scene nodes from within the autoloads ready function. No, the autoloads are loaded before the main scene. Did I put already? There's no ready here. Okay, so it's not. Script does not inherit from node. Autoloads must inherit from the node class. Oh. That's why. All right. Fair enough. That's why we make them nodes and not objects. A plus. What is all this down here? Don't worry about it. So we have a bunch of tile data. I was kind of hoping that the game would actually tell me what the tile data contains, but that's my bad. That's my bad. Let's go look. What does the tile data contain? Okay. This isn't actually that useful. It tells me what the terrain is. So we get the terrain. Do we get the position? No, we have the position. We have the coordinates already. Are those coordinates useful or useless? Print coord. Oh, okay. That's actually pretty helpful. So I guess what we could do is load every cell in a hash map or whatever it's called, a dictionary. And then we'll go, okay, 010. 09? Does 09 exist? If it does, don't worry about the wall. If it doesn't exist, build yourself a wall on that corner, and so on and so forth. And then we need to take every cell that we create and add it to a we need to add it to the world node, basically. So we've got this here. This is not actually how we're going to do it long term. This is just a short term. We need to take this in. Is there a way to do this without a dictionary? There can be, but I don't know if that's more efficient than just using a dictionary. Let's just use a dictionary. All right. Var dict equals. Is this the syntax for a dictionary? Maybe not. It would help if I spelled dictionary right. Vector 2 I. Okay, I don't know how to declare a dictionary. Okay. We take the coordinates and we add the terrain data. Right? So it's -1 for all of these. That's not right. It shouldn't be -1. Doesn't -1 mean there's nothing? And there very clearly is something. I didn't think this through. But if we, let me think. Okay, let me go to the level. What is going on with you? Why are all these -1s? Terrain. Oh, the terrain is -1, but that's not. We don't care just about the terrain. The atlas coordinate tells us what we are. Material, modulate, probability, terrain. Okay, so we're not part of a terrain. That's just. But how do I tell like what this is? Has custom data. Maybe I want the cell source ID. Maybe that's actually what I want. For now. Okay. Yeah, okay, so that's 1 and not -1. All right, perfect. So we take this dictionary, dict.add, assign. Nope, not assign. Dot add, get or add. No, this is definitely going to be an add. Why is it? Set. That's what I want. Set. We want to pass in the key, which is the chord, and then we want to pass in the value, which is floor tml.get cell source ID chord. Okay. Then we want to create the cell. Let me get a subcomponent. This preload, load. This will give us a cell. And then we want to move the cell into position. So we want to take its X and its Y and we want to translate it. And if we do that, we probably do want this to be a node 3D. So that we can move it around. Change type to node 3D. Okay, let's go back to the level loader. We have to take the cell dot Move, position. Node 3D. That's not how you do this. Because load returns a packed scene, and then we need to turn that packed scene into a unpacked scene. So actually, var cell, actually it's gonna be constant, I think. All right, it's not a constant. That's fine. This should work. This should give us a cell, and then we just need to set the cell's position, multiply it by the coordinates. Oh, that's a vector 2i. What if we make it into a vector 3? X is chord dot x, y is 0, 1. This shouldn't be times equals, this should be plus equals. But then we should multiply whatever value we give it by chord x times 2, chord y times 2. Okay, what does that give us? I have no idea how to tell what this did. Oh, but I'm not adding this as a parent to anything, so it'll never get drawn. Then we need to take the cell dot add world dot add child cell. And then we need to make sure we call set world at some point. All right, let's try that again. Identifier not found level loader. I'm sorry. I'm gonna need you to try harder. Great. I don't know if I'm doing it. Is there a way for me to unleash the camera? I don't know what that is down there. Oh, it's probably this. Okay. How do I make the world? How do I make my 3D game? Do I need a 3D camera? There's probably like a default camera here. And that's why we're not seeing anything. Well, that's not helping. This is what we should see. We're not seeing that. We're seeing nothing. Okay. All right, let's look through the tutorial. What am I missing? Character body 3D. We don't have inputs, but that's not us yet. I just want to see the world happen. I just want to see the world get created. We'll move through it as our next step. Actually, that's the third step. Was there a table of contents? Setting up the game area. Camera. Nope, not that one. Okay. Marker 3D, call it camera pivot, and then add a child node to it. What is a camera pivot? Or what's a marker 3D? I don't know. Is this supposed to help? Okay, notice the preview checkbox that appears on the top left of the 3D view when you have the camera selected. Ah. We're going to use the pivot to rotate the camera as if it was on a crane. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, I got you. I got it. Let's back up. What if we move this? I don't know, there. Like, what is this? What am I looking at? Project, what am I looking at? No, where's the option that lets me... What am I clicking on? Is this... Show list of selectable nodes at position clicked. What am I clicking on? Control Alt RMB. It's not doing anything. Oh, geez. Okay. What did I miss? Could it be because this is a node and not a node 3D? All right, setting up the game area. Ensure that transform mode. Do I have to set this camera as like the camera? Project settings, okay. Wait, why is this empty? Shouldn't the world be the root script? Maybe not. Oh, why is that empty again? Whatever. Where's the thing that lets... Oh, these are import settings. Where's the thing that lets me... Main scene is world. Okay. Because this is I think this is what I'm seeing when I hit the run button. But I have a 3D camera, so I don't know if I'm like missing a step. Godot, starting a 3D game. Hitting run is a gray screen. Oh, there's a 2D What if I swap the order? No. Okay. I just changed the thing. I accidentally mislabeled a camera to mess everything up, so make sure you label everything correctly. Okay, great. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure this is the tile map layer right here. That's what we're seeing, and this is not getting picked up. But I don't see how. Okay, the main scene is correct. Is the camera enabled? But it's 2D view. No, I don't want to create a 3D game that looks like 2D. Trying to start, but it's doing the 2D view instead. I mean, this is set up. Main scene, world.scene, that's this. What if I just make this a node 3D? No? Okay, but what if I I don't know. Is there like a 3D tile map layer? We could get rid of this and then just instantiate the level in code. Var level equals load dot instantiate. Okay, there's not any amount of 2D anywhere here, and we're still getting the 2D view and not the 3D view. Welp. I had control nodes and more green stuff on the screen. I just turned them into a scene and it got fixed. Now it opens 3D. What does that? What does that mean? I wish there was a way to just be like never 2D. I don't want 2D. Throw 2D away, please. 3D only. What? What? What did I do? Why? If you don't have an active camera, okay. But there is an active camera. It's right here. Is there a way to like? Is there a way active? Nope. Keep aspect. All right. The identifier cell will be shadowed below in the block. The local variable cell is shadowing an already declared variable. Line 4. Oh. Packed cell. Great. All right. Well, right click and select set as main scene. That's not a thing? Oh, down here. Okay. Set as, it's still not a thing. Okay. Oh, probably because it already is the main scene. Add camera to your scene. Ensure its position to view your objects is enabled. It is enabled. How do I disable it? Does double click on it disable it? No. Ensure the topmost node in your scene is a node 3D or inherited class like spatial. Check the viewport. Ensure you're in the 3D editor, not the 2D. If issues persist, delete the Godot folder in your project directory to reset the cached editor state. I could try just like, I don't know. I could try closing and opening it. Oh, shoot. I don't know where this is going to end up. Hold on one second. Be right back. Okay. Let's try running it. Nothing. All right, that wasn't it. Ensure you have a sub viewport and a camera 3D to properly render. What is a sub viewport? Oh God, why is this happening? Close, 3D. What if I switch to... No, I mean, I have to be in compatibility mode. It has to be doable in compatibility mode. Play the current scene. All right, no. Play this scene. No. There's nothing. Okay, is there a way somewhere in here to be like never? Godot project won't open 3D view. Godot opening 2D view instead of 3D view. I already looked through this. Manage editor features. What does this even mean? What? What the heck? It's not the editor, it's the... Click the 3D to manually switch from 2D. If your 3D scene appears as a great 2D view, you need to add a camera 3D node. Oh my God. Get out of here. What if I add a node 2D or a camera 2D? And then I disable it. Whatever. What if we just pretend that it's we just don't need we don't see anything. We just get to experience it through print lines. Yep. And we got a lot of yep going on, all right. Okay, what if I right click here? No, we can't right click. What if I control right click, alt right click, shift right click, tab right click? Oh. That's cursed. Okay, where is this? Disable 3D, own 3D world. World 3D. What if I just create a new scene? Test. It's a 3D scene. It is the main scene. No? Okay, but what if we add a camera? Watch this. No? Okay, what if we add another camera? And now we have dueling cameras. How do I rotate? Control? No. Alt? No. Shift? No. I don't want to translate. I want to rotate. That's actually, how do I rotate objects? Whatever. Nothing. All right. Transform. What if we click every button? Window run won't open 3D view. Yeah, let's turn on Doppler tracking. Let's just do everything. Do everything in here. No. Oh, what if is there a way for me to like in code say, yo, this is the camera, use this camera? Update your GPU drivers, set your 3D scene as the main scene and project settings, or switch to the compatibility. Missing shader cache. Current property checked. No. They both can't be current. Ensure you have a world environment node. What is that? What? What is any of this? I've never... No. I don't even know what this is. Get that out of here. Buh. All right. Run. You know what? I'm just going to look at the tutorial in depth, scrutinize it, see if there are any steps that I missed. My first 3D game, blah, 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 blah. Set up the game area. To set up the game area, first we need to import, the project. We got 3D models. I have no 3D models, and I'm not planning on having any 3D models. I'm going to be taking 2D models and turning them 3D. First, we need a static body 3D. Let's try adding a collision shape. Oh no, we need to add a static body 3D. And then we add the collision shape to that. And then we add the shape here. It's a box shape. There it is. All right, let's run now. Nope. Okay, let's keep trying. Mesh instance. Let's add a box. Nope. Okay. Directional light. Where is it? Ah. How does it work? Turn on the shadow by clicking the checkbox. No, whatever. New scene, character body 3D. No. What is this? On the toolbar right above the viewport, click on view. Oh, that's neat. No. Okay. Can run the scene by pressing F6. No. Man. If I can't get the camera working, then we don't even get 0.1 out of this 20-part point. Oh, we're already an hour and a half in. I can't even get this stupid thing to render a 3D frickin'... No. Get out of here. No. I don't see anything in this tutorial that would suggest why doesn't this work? Why doesn't this work? Godot set camera 3D. Okay, so the root is this. We've got the level loader, which is just a node, but that shouldn't matter, right? Because we got the test here, and there's a camera 3D, and it says it's not current, but this one is current. Wait, what? What if I set this one? What am I looking at? Oh. Okay. There's the camera, but I can't see it. What is blocking me from seeing this camera? Remote message mesh instance. Get that out of here. Gone. Get this whole thing out of here. Delete. Banish. How do I delete? Oh, I can't do that from here. Why? Okay, is it possible that this editor view is not actually visible in it's not visible when I press the run button, and we're just seeing a gray screen because there's nothing to see. But like, this should be here. This should exist. Unless this is facing the wrong way. Oh, it is facing the wrong way. What if I put this over here? And then the other camera, which is inside of it. Oh, that was the problem. It's been 3D view this whole time. It just looks exactly like the 2D view. Great. Well. Alright, that's one stupidity. Get this out of here. You don't exist anymore. Go away. Close. Don't save. Back to this. We have this camera. Let's put it above the world. I don't know why that's... Select this as the current scene. We should be seeing something. Like, how do I rotate this camera? Why is the world not a 3D node? Oh my god, it's not. It's set that in the script. God, that's why. Durr. No 3D, please. Thank you. Oh, why did that not work? Did I not save it? Pretty sure I saved it. Why is it still not a node 3D? Also, why is this cell not a node 3D? Maybe they are node 3Ds and they just doesn't draw node 3Ds like that. I see nothing. Yeah, I just see nothing. Here's the camera. I see the camera 3D. You know what? Let's just get the camera rotatable. Let's just get the camera rotatable. Maybe that'll... This tutorial does not set that up. It never sets that up. Okay. We'll set that up then. Head child node. What was it? What was the thing? I don't remember. It was a point 3D? No, it was a marker 3D. And then we will have keys that rotate this. Func input. Event. Does that work? Is that how you do this? Am I doing a thing? Am I just like dead because I don't really care anymore? Event dot. Oh, event dot free. Yeah. Event dot kill yourself. Thanks, Godot. No, okay, I just want to find some simple copy paste. Godot move camera 3D with mouse. See a camera controller option. Ah. Ah, this should not be an event. This should be a physics process. Delta float. And then we get the mouse position. What was it? I need to get the mouse rotation. I've done this before. Apply rotation based on event.relative. Set input.mouse mode. Input mouse mode captured. To lock the cursor for FPS style controls. Does that script just work straight up? Pass. Oh, it does work. I don't particularly understand. There's something wrong. Why are we tilted? And also, this is down, this is up, this is left, and this is right. So we're tilted, and we're also at an angle. So this is wrong, but it's wrong in a weird way. You know, I thought that was a thing in Godot where like there's a placeholder camera control setup that you can use. So like, oh my gosh, I can't even. How do I unhinge the? Oh geez, okay, don't do this. Like I can control the camera if I use WASD or some sort of placeholder, like not good, but functional, but all right. And what the fuck is this garbage? Rotate horizontally on the y-axis. That's not the y-axis. Degrees to radian. Event minus relative x times the mouse sensitivity. Okay. Why wouldn't this be rotate x? Why isn't it capturing my mouse now? Ah, that's why. Okay, hold on. Rotate vertically x-axis. No. What is this change EV? Okay. Okay. I should look up a tutorial on how to make cameras work in a 3D game. Just a basic camera. Because we just want a camera we can WASD to move forward, backward, left, right. We want to be able to rotate with the mouse. That's it. That's it. I assumed that was just something like that we get relatively for free. It is not. This is not working. We're just gonna throw this away. Remove detached script. The tutorial for Godot does not include moving the camera at all. Ah, there we go. Okay, and then I can use W to move forward. Okay, and none of these are the right color, but maybe that's because the light, there's no light source, maybe? I don't need to know. One of these should be the floor, and one of these should be the ceiling. But, huh. Okay. I just need a drink of water. Okay. We'll just accept that this is working. We don't need this yeps anymore. What we do need is we need to get back to this. We have a dictionary of all cells. So we need to go through each cell. For each cell. Dict cell. Why did I call it dict? Cell dict. I need the keys. Get keys. There we go. We go through each key. We look to the left and we say, do you have a key? If so, then you need to spawn a wall. Okay. Core.if. Is there a way to take a dictionary and say, do you have this? Is empty. Has. This is actually a 2D. 2i. -1, 0. So that's on the x-axis. That's to the left. If it does not have this, then we tell the cell at chord whatever. Do we have that? We don't have that unless we pass in the cell. Then we go to cell dict dot get chord, which will give us the cell dot left, add left wall. I should call it west, east, north, south. And then we go to our cell. We have to add those functions. Func. Okay. We need to declare a new mesh instance. Let's go to our cell object, our cell scene. The mesh thing is just for now going to be a mesh instance 3D. It'll be rotated 90 degrees and then it'll be translated. Func wall mesh equals, I shouldn't say func, that's a var. Dot dot new, I guess, sure. Func create wall var mesh wall mesh equals mesh instance 3D dot new. Okay, it exists. We need to rotate it. We probably need to set the material. We have to set the type. This would be easier if this was a scene. Okay, it's gonna be a plane mesh. It's gonna be vertical instead of horizontal, so we need to rotate, I think, this one by 90 degrees. Nope. Okay, and then we might need to rotate this by 90 degrees. Maybe I don't need to make this a scene. I can just instantiate plane mesh in code and then do the rotation. Wall mesh dot plane or mesh equals plane mesh dot new wall mesh dot rotation. No, we don't need to do the rotation here. We'll do it here. And then I need to mathematically, intuitively know exactly where to put this. Okay. Have a wall, we want to rotate it. Wall dot rotation. I wish I could see what that gives us. Too few argument, expected 2, but received 1. What do you want? Angle? Axis vector 3. Oh, right. Oh, rotate X. Okay, perfect. Come on. There we go. I see no rotated walls in here. There they are. Yeah, they're rotated wrong. So first of all, they need to be off. First of all, that's not a 90-degree rotation. The heck? Why is that not right? That's not the corrected direction. They need to be rotated probably on the z-axis. Okay. 135? Maybe? Because that's not 90 degrees. That's just not correct. Where did they go? Oh, I'm sorry. 135 degrees? That means we went to the shadow realm. Oh, angle in radians, not in... That's the problem. Giving it in frickin' degrees. All right, what is 90 degrees in radians? 1.5708. All right, that's fine. All right, there you go. That looks basically fine. Fine enough. Okay, so we need to translate them up 1 meter and back 1 meter. Oh, this is a y thing. Plus equals 1. That's the right height. Now we just got to push him back. And I think we got to push him back in the z-axis. Wall.position.z plus equals 1. All right. Nope. I mean, that doesn't matter, but... it was not the z-axis. It must be the x-axis. Okay, that looks good. Yeah, that works. That's done. The only thing is, why is it still black? Because we don't have a light source. Frickin' add a light source right now. Omnidirectional light. A plus. Why? Where is it? Where's the omnidirectional light? Oh wait, there's a way for me to figure that out. Let me just. Nope, not that one. This one. Where is the omnidirectional light? Of course, I'm the omnidirectional light. Can we make this like 3 times bigger? That works. Oh, okay, it kind of works. Okay. Why is it only illuminating this? Don't care. Let's do another. Let's do the other side. Let's add that east wall. We're going to create a wall. We're going to rotate it, and then we're going to minus position. Actually, this should probably be minus. To make sure that the right side of the wall. Yeah, there we go. All right, that worked. Good. Maybe I should attach the light source to the camera. Just for now. Oh no, that won't work. No, of course not. No. Lighting is pre-baked. It's not. You can't dynamic light. No. No. I don't actually know why that's not working. Maybe this. That's low priority. We'll figure that out someday, but not today. Is there, okay, before I continue, Godot set global light level 3D game. Because I don't want it to be dark unless world environment node. Okay. You know what? I wish I could set the color of these walls. All right, how do I do that? In the mesh, we want to set the, nope, not the mesh. In the, texture material. Standard material 3D. Okay. Wall mesh dot material equals standard material 3D dot new. Okay, and then in there, albedo color color 100. Okay, there we go. Excellent. It's actually working. I don't know why these are dark. Let's keep going. We want to create a new wall on the north side. This one, we're probably going to have to rotate the X. I'm guessing that's wrong. That's a safe guess, but okay, it's almost correct. The rotation is backwards. And that might just be it. Yeah, the rotation was backwards. Okay. Oh, no, it was not. The offset is also backwards. All right. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's do one more. We've actually made progress. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, why are the floors and the ceilings not colored like I told them to be? Maybe they are colored. I just picked a terrible color. That could be. That could be, yeah. Now we have floors. I think it's okay if the ceiling is the same color. Oops. I think it's okay. Okay, great. And just to test it, we're going to do one more thing. We're going to open the level up. 2D. We're going to go ahead and make some more floor. Ba 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 ba. Ba ba ba. Ba 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 ba. Hello, I'm a level. All right. Great. This looks like this could be the start. I'm not seeing any errors. It looks horrible as intended. All right. All right. It took me 2 hours, but we're turning a tile map into a 3D level. Yeah. All right. I thought that would take me 15 minutes. But next, we're going to have a player. That's where this entity data comes in. I would like to define a new entity. This is all placeholder. Yes. This needs to be 64 by 64 as well. So we gotta throw it away and then try again, but this time not embarrass ourselves. We're just gonna pick this corner, and put it there. All right, now we have our entity data. Hey, how's it going? It's horrible, but whatever. We're gonna take whatever this is, and that's our player position. So we need to put the camera, just the camera. I don't know, this isn't even doing anything, right? Because all of our light is coming from the ambient. Yeah, all of our light is coming from the world environment. So that wasn't even doing anything. We're going to just put our player, and by player, I mean we're going to put our camera. No, it should actually be the player. That was what I intended. So we need to create the player. Let me just add a new folder, entity. It doesn't need to move. It just needs to exist. This can be a scene. This can be a scene. We're not. We're only going to make one player, so instantiating one player is not the end of the world. And then we put the camera on the player. The tutorial had me put it on a marker 3D. And I bet that will be good. There's our player. They're a camera right now. That's all. We're going to go back to our world. We're not going to have this. Instead, in the world, we're going to defer to our level loader. No, we do need to make a player. And then I don't need this yet. I need the level loader to go ahead, get the other tile map layer, var entity TML. Var, I don't need a dictionary for this because we're not building walls. I just need to get the, okay, for chord in entity TML dot get used cells. This will give us coordinates. Then we can get the actual what is this from calling. It used to be here, but I wiped it out. Dot get, what was it? Frickin', what was the function called? Get cell source ID. Var I equals whatever. Naming things is hard. Match I, if it equals 1, that's the player. We should print before we. There should be one player. There was no player. Excuse me? You exist, okay. And you're empty. Okay, let's go back to the level. Did I save it? Oh, I drew it on the wrong frickin' thing. That's the problem. All right. All right. There we go. All right, we're good. We're good. Okay, let's try again. There it is, and it's ID 1. That's the player. It is. I've decided unilaterally. We'll have to change that. But for now, we're good. World. Where was it? It's a script. We need the player. Give me the player. By the way, these are all node 3Ds. Oh my God, get out of here. So we can set the player position equal to the coordinates of because previously we self-positioned it, but that's because the position defaults to 0, 0. Oh, so we'll set the player position to 0, 0. Equals 0, vector 3, 0, 0, 0. Player dot position plus equals vector 3 chord dot x times 2 0 chord dot y times 2. There we go. All right, that should put our camera directly, and it did. Excellent. It's working. It put us on the floor. Not ideal. We can fix that easy mode. Right where we belong. All right. I am going to say we have a player. That is all I intended for that bullet point. The player can move around. That's the next one. All right. Oh. Excuse me while I scrape together some motivation to continue. Okay. I need this guy to move, be able to move without me having to switch to the Godot override feature. I want this to handle via input. So WASD to move around, that's a given. We can actually lock the camera. The up and down. We can make it so that the camera cannot look up and down. That's perfectly fine. That is Wolfenstein 3D canon. So I don't want to do that. I would rather be able to have free mouse look, but at this point, we need an input handler. Okay, how does movement with a character body 3D work? Let me just create a character body 3D. The player should be a character body 3D. Whatever I'd made them is wrong. Change type. Yeah, okay, what are you complaining about? No shape. Excellent, let's give them shape. Add shape. Collision shape 3D. No shape. What if you have, nope, that's not the button. What if I give you capsule shape? I think rectangle shape makes more sense. Box shape makes more sense. Okay. Let's not make you that tall. Because all of the hallways are that tall. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that'll make squeezing. Let's actually just make it 0.5. Great. Okay, now that I've done that, attach script. Okay, I was hoping that there'd just be like, because the character body 2D has a function that's like move and slide and stuff. And here's all the, okay. Character body 3D. There is a movement slide method. Okay, so they're probably just going to func physics process. We need to call move and slide. All right, I thought something would happen. Maybe we want some gravity. Var gravity equals const Gravity equals 10. Self dot velocity equals vector 3, 0, gravity 0 times delta. All right. Okay. Question. How do I get collisions for my cell? Because I was expecting there to be collisions. Mesh instances don't have collision. Got it. Got it. How do I make them have collision? What I could do is I could add a plane collision object to each one of these, and then they should just rotate automatically. They should just inherit all of that. Adding collision to a randomly generated mesh. Put a static body 3D onto the mesh. Okay. What is this complaining about? Because it doesn't have a shape. How do I give it a shape? There's no shape. You're a physics material. You should inherit this shape. Consider adding a collision shape. Okay. Okay. Reset. There's no plane? I can't make a plane? Ugh. You're completely flat. And you're 2 by 2. Okay. No, this isn't right. Why is the shape down there? The ceiling is up there. That's the ceiling. Let me hide the floor. No, there's no floor. Okay. These are all hidden. All right. Yeah, the collision shape is in the wrong spot. Please inherit where you exist, please. Why are you offset? Yeah, this is annoying. Maybe the center offset was not correct. Maybe this is what I actually wanted. There we go. Okay. I don't know what the difference is between what I did and what I'm doing, but I accept that this works now. So all we have to do now is add exactly this to everything. Every wall. I don't need this. This doesn't need to exist anymore. When we create a wall, we also create wall mesh var static body 3D equals static body 3D.new We don't need to mess with that. Static body 3D. Nope. Var collision shape 3D equals collision shape 3D dot new. We need to set the collision shape size equals vector 3 2.0 0.0 2.0. And then we add static body 3D dot add child collision shape 3D, and then wall mesh dot add child static body. Nope. Yes. There we go. All right. So walls should now have collision. It's not called size, is it? What is it called? Oh, I'm sorry. We have to give this a shape, but this doesn't work yet. Collision shape 3D dot shape equals box shape 3D dot new. There we go. All right. We now have collision. Oh, it worked. We collided with the floor. Kind of short. Also, the floor is missing. Oh, I hid the floor. That's right. I did do that. That's right. Okay, we can just go over here and then gravity. Oh, that doesn't actually move us. Got it. That's fine. All right, we can't move yet, but I'm convinced that collision works. Let's just accept that. We still need to be able to move though before I can claim victory here. So all we need to do now is there was a function here that was like input left or right. Oh shoot, how do you rotate? Forward and backward. Okay, so we have a camera. We can set our velocity based on the direction the camera's pointing. Godot get key input axis. There was some function, I remember it, that was like, you pass in this function, you pass in left or right, and it'll get axis. Okay. Movement equals input dot get axis. We may need to set up like W and S. And then FPS turn left, FPS turn right. All right, we have those keys set. FPS forward, FPS backward. All right. Movement not declared. Oops. Var movement. Okay, and then we need to get our we need to convert this into a vector of our, what's the direction our camera is facing. Var, how do I get that? Maybe it should not be what the direction the camera is facing. Maybe it should, direction. Dot rotation. Is there a way to normalize that for X and Z only? I just want to get like a X and Z vector. I don't want to be able to fly. I don't want to be able to sink through the ground. I just want to be able to set my X and my Z based on the camera. There's a normalize function. Yes, the answer is yes. Dot. Okay, so this we just need this. We just need this. Var direction equals camera direct rotation. Direction. Z dot normalize. We're done. Oh, don't tell me that doesn't exist. What is it actually called? Normalized? Frickin' why is that the tense? And then we take the velocity. Direction times speed plus that. Okay, W and S are not doing anything. That's not a good sign. Let me just print the direction that we're going in. Yeah, they're just not doing anything. Okay, so that's fine. That just means W and S are not calibrated. What if we print movement? I mean, that's going to be the same thing. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, what did I do wrong? Oh, I got this function from freaking the LLM, so it could just be wrong. Get access. Okay, so I have it backwards, first of all. It needs to be a string. Is it a string? It is a string. Okay. What is this colon equals? Do I need that? No. What is the action strength? Um, Did I do something weird? Dead zone. Do I need to set that to 0? No. Oh, I had my inputs off. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. All right. So we're not moving, but this function is working. So yay. Let's try and figure out what's going on there. Direction now. Okay, so our direction is 0, 0, 0. That should be straightforward. So why is our velocity not, like, sick? Maybe I need to increase it? Oh, wait a minute. I never... I get the movement and then I never use it. Right, because I just set the camera. Times movement times speed. Direction times... If the direction is 0... Wait a minute. 0.0 times whatever is 0. What was I trying to do? What was I trying to do? Oh. I'm trying to take a rotation and then multiply that rotation, a rotational vector. But that's never... That won't work. Why would I think that works? That doesn't work. What does normalize do? This function may return incorrect values if the input vector length is near 0. So... We always need to be pointed in a direction. And I'm getting the rotation. I'm not getting the direction. The rotation doesn't give me the direction. The rotation modifies the direction. The direction should be vector 1.0. I guess. Times... That doesn't work. No, does it work? No, that doesn't work. But what if it was plus? No. How do you rotate a vector? This is some math shit that I haven't thought about in a decade. If you have a vector and you want to rotate it, there's a multiplication technique you can do to rotate it. Rotated method. Axis? What if I just want to... okay. I bet if I wasn't tired, I would have already gotten this. But this is just I'm missing some basic math. Okay, what if we just don't rotate right now? What if we just skip that? Too few arguments for rotated. I'm sorry, get that out of here. That doesn't belong. All right, we're still not... Oh, okay. Well, I mean, that does work, but we're going in the wrong direction. Use the negative local z-axis of the camera's transform. What is that? What? Hold on, let me read this on Reddit. Your camera.getGlobalTransform.basis.z. What is basis? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not your camera. It's camera direction. Oh. I mean, that looks correct. It's backwards. So this is backwards. This is forwards. That's not correct. So I guess these should have been flopped. That feels right. Whoa, that feels right. That's too fast, obviously. Oh, yeah. Now I need to rotate the camera based on... based on whatever. Is that a variable? Godot, character, body, 3D, rotate. Is there like a rotate parameter that I just... Are there any physics considerations to be rotating? Or can I just like set my character's rotation? Godot, move, and slide 3D. Please give me the docs. Is there a torque? That's kind of what I'm trying to get to. Velocity, motion mode, up direction, floor stop on slope, wall. Godot, character, body, 3D, torque. Don't give me the torque engine. Okay, here we go. Add torque? Is that really? All right, let's just look in here. There's no such thing. This says we can use move and slide to make rotating platforms. How do I define a rotation? Rotate. Godot rotation velocity. Character body 3D. Quaternion? Modify its rotation.y or using rotate y. Okay, the problem is if I do that, I'm pretty sure that bypasses the physics. This feels like this should be really easy. You can directly modify the rotation by just setting the rotate, but like, doesn't that end me up in a situation where, like, if I rotate next to a wall and then my collision box clips out of it, couldn't I just escape the world? Whatever, maybe it's fine. Let's do it. Okay, so var rotation equals input.get axis FPS turn left, FPS turn right. All right. Then we take our rotate I want to rotate along the y-axis, I think. Yeah, rotate y. Rotation times rotation speed, which is going to be okay. Well, it works. It's just backwards. So this is left and this is right. So obviously, everything is backwards. Okay, and now a moment of truth. Let me see if I can rotate out of the world. Oh, okay, maybe not. I was worried that I would be rotating myself into invalid memory. But no, we're moving. We're moving through the level. All right, you know what? That qualifies. Player can move around. And collisions work. Great. I would like my character to be taller. So let's just real quick. I'm gonna take a break in just a second, but real quick, maybe we can make the character body 3D 0.7 instead of 0. Or 0.8. I don't want to feel like a shorty. Maybe 1.5. I'm almost... I think the camera is like at the midpoint, and that's why it feels weird. Is there a way for me to raise the camera up? I mean, obviously there is. I can just raise the camera up. That feels right. This feels like a game. All right. I need to BRB, but we'll be working on basic HUD next. If we can get to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, if we can get to here by the end of the stream, successful stream, despite all of the difficulties that I've been having. We need to add a HUD. That's easy. We need to add doors. I'm not sure how to do that. Keys to open doors. Oh, that's a headache. Basic mobs. And then a shooting weapon. I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I think I have like 3 hours left in me. Tops. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Well, I think I'm gonna try and work up to getting the key, getting doors in, getting keys, able to open doors, and then stopping there. So we're gonna add a basic HUD right now. It's gonna be basic. He's going to be a control of some kind. Is that true? Even 3D things use controls? I don't know how I feel about that, but it goes at the bottom of the screen. It's not too difficult to just slap it in the corner. Can it snap? Use grid snapping, please. And then I would like it to be a color. Let's just fill this with a color rect. Let's go with gray. That's not gray. Why is this? Okay, there we go. All right, we have a HUD. I mean, it sucks, but it exists. We need to put, at this point, I just need to put one thing on it. Keys. What keys did I get? So we're going to go ahead and add a container. Panel. I don't know. I spent zero time thinking about what the HUD, how the HUD is going. I just assumed this would be super easy, and that's always a wrong assumption. Let's just make it text labels for now. Keys. And we can actually keep this super simple because Wolfenstein 3D has 2 keys, gold and silver. So we can just keep it simple. Gold. Nope. Text. Gold. Why is it this? What did I make? I meant a label. Whatever I typed was wrong. What I actually meant to say was I would like a label. Gold. Okay. Take this over here. And then we hide it. And actually, just kidding. We put it in here. Why is it invisible now? I don't understand why that's the case, but whatever. We'll make it gold. And then when we pick up the gold key, all it'll do is it'll make that text box appear. It is not a elegant little solution at all. All right, we're moving around. Rotation works. It feels well enough. This HUD is too big, but that's work in progress. Let's make the print go away. We don't need to see our velocity. It's a good velocity. If I make the rotation speed 3, that does slow us down. And you know what I want to add? It's not on my list, but I just want to give me 5 seconds. FPS sprint. Up. Okay. That should work. Oh, it does work. Okay, great. Okay, we're moving at a speed, and I hold shift and we're moving faster. Awesome. That's the first time I've done this little construct. Great. A+. We can now sprint. Doors. Oh no. Oh no. This is not, I'm not ready. Doors will be in the floor data. So we're going to want to put a door here and a door here. Let's just say we need to go to the world. No, that's not true. We need to go into the level loader. Now, when we're adding floor cells, some of them will be doors. So we need to check. Hey, are you a door? If so, we need to spawn a door object. That means we need to keep track of them outside of the level loader. So we need to register the door, maybe with a door handler. Maybe a use handler. And then we put all usable things in the use handler. Doors are usable, but also source secret walls. So we register all doors and secret walls with the use handler. Maybe we have other things that we can use. Register with the use handler. All right, let's get a new handler. Bum, 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 bum. Use handler. Love having handlers. They're great. They're great. Has to be a node, otherwise it'll just silently fail. Go to our globals. Introducing use handler. Okay. We want this to keep track of all usables. Func, nope, var usables equals, I don't know, just give. There's no point in defining. Type anything. Thanks. Thanks for declaring that type. You can just save effort and not do that at all. Thanks. When the player hits the use button, we'll go to the use handler. Well, first we will do a ray cast or whatever it's called, a punch, ray trace. No, is it ray cast or ray trace? I don't remember. We'll do that. We'll get all possible usable, or all things. We'll say, are you usable? Yes. Check with the use handler. How do we resolve you? And then we'll call use on the object. And for doors, the use will be, if I'm not locked, I'll just ascend and then wait 10 seconds and then descend. Why not? Now it occurs to me, if I can raycast and I can get the door already, what is the use handler doing? I can just ask the door, are you usable? And if the door says yes, great. And if the door says no, then move on. Or if whatever I've raycasted. So maybe I don't need this use handler at all. We just need to spawn a door. So let me get the cell. We have the cell. Here it is. Nope. We need to get the tile data. Get cell source ID. There it is. Print I. There should be two doors. There were no doors. No, they're all the same thing. All right. This is going to be harder than I thought. How do I differentiate tiles? How do I differentiate this tile from this tile? What is the difference? They're all source 1. The difference is the atlas coordinate. Excellent. All right, well, that's not ideal. I need these to be separate. How do I differentiate? Otherwise, how am I going to differentiate between a wall and a door, or a floor and a door? The only difference here is the atlas coordinate? That can't be. All right, please hold while my poor, overtaxed brain thinks about what I'm trying to do. The only difference is the atlas chord, and I don't want to be like, I need to go watch a tutorial on how to use tile map layers. Because I'm pretty sure, like, ideally you pass in one thing with all of your art, and then you separate out, all right, this is my road, this is my wall, this is my ceiling. But how do you identify that in a way that doesn't make you go insane? Because I don't want to be like, oh yeah, this is atlas coordinate 1.0, and this is atlas coordinate 0.1. Could set up a terrain. Do I add a tile set? Don't want to watch a YouTube video right now. Give me the 2D platformer demo. Oh no, I don't want to just download a demo. I want, never mind. I don't know what I want. Identifying different tiles in a tile map layer. Maybe source ID is not a good way to identify. Maybe I should just use the atlas. So 0, 0, 1, 0. If the atlas coordinates are 1, 0, Okay. Thing is, I have the source ID, but I want the atlas now. Atlas chords. Okay. So I is now 0, 0 for most, but 1, 0 for some. Yeah, and for those, we'll spawn a door. That's not right. Print adding door. At chord. Okay. In order to spawn a door, we need to know which direction it's going to be facing. So we can't spawn the door until after we've done all this. Or we spawn the door, but then we wait until we get past here, and then we say door, figure out which direction you need to face, and then the door will take care of that. No, we should do that here. We should spawn the door, and then we figure out which direction it faces at this step. Door, figure out direction step. Okay. Let's add a door. First, we need to make the door. The door is just going to be a mesh. No, it should not be a mesh. It should be an actual object. Let's go to our subcomponents. We have to make a door now. Okay, a door is going to be like a cell. It consists of a door. What is it? Mesh. Instance 3D. Which then, I think I can just copy this. We need to add the plane mesh. Then we need to rotate. But first we need to add a material, standard albedo. I don't know, that's fine. Get out of here. We rotate. Rotate. And then we transform. Not that way. Not that way. All right, there's our door. In the unlikely event, oh wait, this isn't done because it does need to be bidirectional. So we actually need to make this not a plane. We'll just make this an infinitely thin box. 0. Oh, we goofed up. We ruined the universe. 0.1. There we go. Okay. 1. No, I don't want these to be linked. All right. There's our door. Perfect. That's totally fine. It needs to be 2 though. There we go. That's our door. Is the mesh messed up? It is. Why is it so big? Ah. Right? Like this is still fine, right? I can't see it. I'm just trusting that it's there. We can make this 0.1. Actually, we can make this 1. Yeah, okay. It'll fill to the size of the mesh, which is great. We have a door. Now we just need to give it a little bit of logic. Not yet though, because I don't know how we're gonna do raycasts. But what we can do is we can spawn this door. We can instantiate the door. And then figure out how to rotate it. Load door. Okay. Let me take our packed door and we instantiate it. Door dot position plus equals vector 3 chord dot x times 2 0 chord dot y times 2. All right, that should put a door. It won't be rotated the right way, but let's look at it right now. Forgot to add it as a child. Cell dot add. No, this should not be added to the cell. This should be added. I guess it could be added to the cell, huh? No, it should be added to the world. World add child door. Is that it? Oh, it is. Yeah, this one's rotated wrong. We can sneak by it. But this one, that's the right stuff. All right, we have doors. Now we just need to figure out how to rotate the doors. We can be lazy. 4-door indoors. I need to have the coordinates of this door. So maybe this should be a dictionary instead of an array. For the chord in doordict.keys, if there's a north and south, This could be wrong, but let's assume it's right. Door dict dot get chord dot rotate y90. Nope, that's not correct. What is it? 1.4x. That's in the cell, isn't it? Yeah, here it is. .5708. 90 degrees. All right, that's wrong. Did we do it wrong? Yeah, we did it wrong. Okay. So it should be the other way around. There we go. All right, that door's in. And that door is in. Okay. Something we should never do is put two doors next to each other, because then that'll just break everything. Or will it? No, it shouldn't. This feels very lazy, and this is gonna break. Let me just put a fragile. Let me go ahead and double the amount of doors just to make sure. All right, we got this. Door. We can't open doors, so there's no point in any of that. Let's make opening doors a thing. Okay. We need to figure out how to do raycasts at this point, but first let me just take credit. Done. Use key to open doors. I think what I meant by that is use like spacebar to open doors, because I have add locked door and key down here. So I actually don't need to add actual keys. I just need to be able to use the keyboard to open a door. And that's done. Let's go ahead and make that happen. We're going to need an input handler, I think. Unless we want to do this in the player. Kind of don't. If you press spacebar, have the player do a raycast, get all things. It should be a short raycast. And also, do raycasts stop after they hit an object, or do they keep going? No, they keep going. So we need to make sure that we only get the door if it's the first thing we hit. Input handler. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we have an input handler. It'll handle input. Let me go ahead, and we need to have the player. And then in the world, we now have the players. So input handler, whenever we hit the space bar or whatever, let me actually just FPS use. That should signal our player to do a thing. Okay. If event dot is action pressed FPS use player dot use attempt use. Okay, and then we go to the player. We define a use function. Okay, now how do we do raycasts? We want to raycast 3D. We want to shoot it out from the camera. We probably want to shoot it a very short distance. Accessing space code if physics runs by default in the same thread as game logic, but maybe set to run on a separate thread to work more efficiently. Okay, so we need node3d.getWorld3d.space, and then we call a raycast on that. So we can get the space state with this line, but world 3D, and then we do a query let me just get all this. Let me copy all this and then digest it. So we have the cam. Mouse position, I don't need the mouse position. Origin equals cam.projectRayOrigin. What is projectRayOrigin? From event.position. Okay, so the origin should be mouse position doesn't make any sense for me. I would expect the origin to be the camera, like the camera position. And then the end would be the camera direction times ray length, yeah. Why is it mouse position? That doesn't make any sense to me. Typically add a raycast 3D node to your scene, configure its target position, enable it, and then check for collisions using these methods in a script. We're back here. Okay. Okay. get our space state, query, physics ray query parameter 3D, create, okay, and then we give it two positions, our position and then 100 out from our position, because that's, I don't know. Let's try that. I guess that's what this was already. Origin is the camera position. And then the camera direction, which is the basis. Times ray length, which I'm going to say is just 100. Const ray length equals 100.0. Okay, and then this will give us a result, and we just print the result. Nothing. Okay, great. This is not working. Print origin is print end is okay, the origin is not changing. That's a problem. Instead of the camera position, let's get the player position. Oh, sorry, I meant self position. Oh, we're hitting stuff. We're hitting stuff 100%. Are we hitting ourself? Can we exclude ourself? Intersect array parameters object can take an array of exceptions via exclude property. This is an example. Query.exclude self. What if I set this ray length to like 10? Like we're still hitting ourselves. Oh no, we're not. We're hitting. We're hitting nothing. We're hitting a static body. What are we hitting? Nothing. Static body. I'm confused. Collider. Wait a minute. Okay, we're not hitting anything. Now we're hitting a collider of a static body 3D. Is it backwards? What if I set the raycast to 0? Or like 1? Okay, so we're never hitting anything. Okay, so... set it to 2. definitely not hitting things in front of us. It might be backwards. Yeah, it might be backwards, but like, is it just a simple case of like that? Oh, it is? Okay. All right, whatever. I'm not going to complain. All right, we're doing ray casts and we're hitting things. I think we're hitting walls. And we're not hitting ourselves because... Oh, okay, so we're getting this object, which is not great because I don't want the static body. I want the door. But I guess this is kind of the life that I've chosen for myself. We could take the static body, get parent. That's very expensive, but we're only doing this whenever we hit the use button, so I don't know. We're getting the static body, so it would just be a case of get parent is door. Attach script door. Okay, so let's go back here. We have the result. And this is only returning as one thing. So I guess this only returns the most recent. I don't know if there's a way to collect multiple objects with a single raycast. I would like to know that. That is important, but we can. It's not important right now. Let's move on. This is working. We've got our result. Result dot collider. Dot get parent is door. Print. If we see a true, oh, this doesn't work if there's no result. If result. False. Not a door. No door. True door. Yeah, that's a door. Okay, yeah, great. Okay, we found the door. All we have to do now is call the door's open function. That's all we have to do. Func. How are we going to do this? We can have it move in the physics process. We can have like an offset. I didn't think about this. I thought this would be easy. How am I gonna do, how do we do, we just want the door to go up. It doesn't even have to go up. It could go left or right, but up is easy. And then it needs to come down at some point. So it needs to remember what its lowest Y level is, and then it needs to go up 2 meters and then come back down to its Y level. All right, let's have a variable moving. It's false. If we're not moving, then return. Don't do any physics. When we are created, we need to realize what our Y position is, and then var min Y float var max Y float, and then on ready we call min Y is equal to where we're at right now, max Y equals self.position dot Y plus 2.0. I hope that's right. Don't know. I don't think that's right, but if we are moving, we need to know which direction we're moving. Opening false. So if we are moving, if we're not moving, don't do anything. If we are moving, we need to move in the direction that we're opening. If we're opening, move up. If we're not opening, move down. Const opening speed equals, I don't know, 2. We need to not close if there's something under us. Oh, so this should be a physics object. This shouldn't just be a static body. What should this be instead of a static body? Hold on. What is the physics object that we should be? Rigid body? No, maybe static body is correct. Animatable. Oh, okay, whatever. Just we'll figure this out. We'll figure this out later. All right, if we're opening, then we need to go up. We need to move our position plus equals opening speed times delta. If the position is greater than our max Y, self.position dot Y equals max y, and then stop moving. Else self.position dot y minus equals opening speed times delta. If self.position dot y is less than min y. Okay. Oh, we need a function for the player to func open. Open door. Use door. Moving equals true. Opening equals not opening. And I assume there's a bug where if we really hammer the spacebar button, we can glitch the door. I forgot to do the thing where the player actually calls that function. Here's a function. We're not going to call it. I just want to acknowledge that it exists. Okay, let's walk up to this. Is it actually? Let me go to the door and see. Is this being called? Oh, it's not. Oh, we're not calling it. What are we calling? Oh, we're not calling the function. We're acknowledging the function exists. Yep, that's a function. Anyway, I don't know why you. Oh, that's sick. All right, if I press spacebar, oh, we can't close this door because our raycast is going through empty space. All right, whatever. We have doors. That's a pretty fast door. I thought that'd be really slow. That's fine. That's fine though. Let's go ahead and set another thing of our timer. Const open time equals 12 seconds. If we are open, if we're opening, then and not moving, then add to the timer. If the timer is greater than open time, then we'll set moving to true and opening to false. elif we're not moving, then return. We need to reset the timer. We'll do it right here. And also we'll do it whenever we use the door. Oh, I should have set it a shorter timer. That works. Let's see if we can open it again. All right, what if we stand in right here? I assume it'll just intersect us. All right, I feel intersected. Oh no, did it just push us out? I'm okay with that if that's what it does. I'm actually okay with the door like slamming in our face. While we wait for that. Done. We did it. That's absolutely done. I feel like we got pushed. I don't like that this is glitching with the ceiling. We might want to push it up 2.1 instead of 2. Yeah, it totally pushed us out. That's great. That's better than what I was expecting. All right. We got doors. Look at us. We can run. We can hide. Yeah, we're playing. This is absolutely... we're doing good. Okay. One more thing, and then I'm gonna stop because I am gonna pass out and I need a break. Let's add a basic mob. It can be stationary. All it needs to do is be visible. It's just gonna be the Godot icon. It's not gonna move. It does need to constantly face us. It's just how it has to be. It's okay if we don't add it in via the tile map layer at the moment. If it's just a case of sprite 3D, maybe we should add it via the tile map layer because I have the feeling if I add it like this, I'll never see it. And then I'll get really upset at myself. Mesh texture. Mesh. Plain mesh. This doesn't feel right. Image texture. Oh, no, what we can do is we can just drag this in. Boom. We have a sprite 3D. 1 second. It needs to constantly rotate to face the player. And then we're done. I will actually add it via the tile map layer. So this is the player. Is doing that going to really throw my code for a loop? Because I don't think I differentiate those tiles in the level loader. Yeah, I'm getting the cell source ID. That's not correct. We need to get the cell atlas chords. Oops. Pass. Spawning mob at chord. Bum, bum, 1312. All right, great. It looks like all we need to do is spawn a sprite 3D. Entity, let's add a mob. Add child node sprite 3D. Bum, 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 bum. Boom. Okay. Let's make this exist. Save. We need to go back to our code. Mob, var mob equals packed mob dot instantiate. Mob dot position equals just right there. All right. Mob dot add world dot add child mob. I don't see a mob. Oh, because I put them in the wrong room. That's okay. So they exist. Now we just need to get them to face us. Every frame forever. Let me see. I'm just going to do a quick Google. Go get sprite 3D to face the camera. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not the first person to have had this problem. Set flags billboard to Y billboard. What? Where's billboard coming from? Billboard method. Is the effect called billboarding? Billboarded quad in the standard 3D scene. Store an internal heading vector for the sprite and use the angle between the heading and the direction to pick whatever texture to use. Billboard mode. That's a thing? Oh. I'm really glad I Googled that because that's the solution then. Oh boy. Heck yeah, look at this. Look at this, we did it. We're getting billboarded so hard by A+. Why billboard? What does that mean? Okay, we can move through it because we don't have a collision object. I don't care. For now, that's fine. Honestly, if in the final game we can walk through enemies, I'm actually fine with that. Great. Done. Okay, now we need to add, I'm not doing this. Add HP, ammo, and basic shooting weapon. I can add HP and ammo. No, put that off. Next time. The next time, what I'm going to do, we're going to add this. That should take 15 minutes, like how this took 15 minutes. Then we're going to be able to shoot mobs. That should be easy for the same reason. It's just shoot. It's like using doors, except we're looking for mobs instead of doors. Add thinking mobs. That should be easy too. We'll just add a think component. We don't actually have to do that. We can, yeah, we'll add a think component. Enabling them to move and shoot. Shooting is very easy because we don't need them to like check, what am I shooting at? They're shooting at the player every time, 100% of the time. So we don't need to do a raycast or anything like that. Well, we do need to do a raycast just to make sure that we have line of sight of the player. But we can just use raycast from mob to player position. Are we hitting the player? If the answer is yes, boom. If the answer is no, okay, then the player is okay. Sleeping mobs and noise. So we don't want this is just like don't think until you hear something. And then we need to add noise whenever the player shoots, basically. Or whenever the player walks in front of the mob, which, I don't know. Then we'll add locked doors and keys. That should be... The trickiest part will be we have to add keys, and keys are things you collect by walking over. And how we're going to do that, I don't know. We might just be in a situation where every frame we look to see if we are intersecting if we're intersecting a collectible. Man, I guess that's how we do it. Then since we have collectibles, adding HP item should be easy. Adding a basic obstacle is just a thing you can't walk through, but you can, like, it's not a wall. Then we'll add secret walls. I don't know. I think this is going to be next stream. Those 8 things, and if we get through them, we'll have the rest of the week to do 3 more things. And if we can do that, I'm in. So, and then week 2 is make art, and then week 3 is make levels. We're gonna make 5 levels, and then that's the game. After the end of the week 3, like that's it. That's the game jam. So, hey, Wolfenstein Jam. All right, I'm gonna go pass out now. Thanks everybody. Sorry for being dead. See y'all later.